Hello and welcome to another stream of Evil Within to celebrate the 10th anniversary with Phase 1, getting all the collectibles and showcasing certain things, the game environments, having a look around, also reading all the documents and going into the model viewer after each chapter and having a look at the character models for whatever enemy or character variation we might meet in that chapter, and then read their bio information. And we're currently up to chapter 8 out of 15, and going to try and get 2 chapters done in this stream. If I can get 3 done, then that would be cool, because that would be 8, 9, and 10, and 10 is a pretty long chapter though, so doing the process I'm doing where I'm basically stopping for a moment, looking around when I can, because obviously there's some moments where you're under pressure and under stress and not able to just stop and admire the scenery and things like that. But yeah, we're up to chapter 8 and I'm going to jump back in. We haven't started chapter 8, but we finished chapter 7 at the end of last stream. Alright, so I'm using a guide to help me get all the collectibles as well as all the keys, because I don't want to miss anything. Alright, so kill these enemies, and then that'll give me the ability to actually take my time and have a look around the game environment in this part. It's pretty hard to take that in when you've got 3 enemies breathing down our necks. Hey there, Anemone. Good morning to you. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for posting about Brian and his wife going live with Detroit Become Human. It's a shame with different time zones and stuff. Because yeah, by the time they would have started, I would have been asleep. But that's cool to know that they actually are doing another playthrough of it. Just go around and collect what I want to collect, and then we'll have a look around. Got this enemy still. No. Just thought I'd try that, because I'm not sure if it was a thing or not. Anemone, you're welcome. Yeah, at least you can perhaps see the VOD. This is true. Yeah, I'll have a look for that later, because I'm sure that they'll still have it up on their channel for a little bit. Okay, so now that we've taken care of all these enemies, let's have a look around at this area. See all the gooey walls and rocks. Anemone, you woke up twice by the cat, one time of a nightmare. You also dreamed of a car was about to drive you down in a building, so you woke too late, and seeing your prepared coffee gone cold. Aw. Yeah, having dreams like that can be very freaky as well. Especially too if you're able to know that when you're in a dream that you're actually dreaming. Which, for some it might be a good thing. But for others it might make the dream even more frightening. Anemone, also you dreamed of a name, but you don't know why. So you're exhausted, tired as fuck. Yeah. That's the thing too, like, when you think about dreams and you think about what you might see or hear, like it might be like you might be dreaming of seeing a letter on a table, and when you go and read the letter, sometimes you might not even see what's actually written there. I had a dream one time where I was gonna read something, but before I could actually read it, I actually woke up. So I don't know what was going to be written on the bit of paper. But don't blame me for feeling exhausted as well. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I was like, oh, imagine if it was the winning lotto numbers. It'd be like, shit, I could have used those numbers and could have put them in and won the lottery. Just to be sure. Fry them up. And remember, you should get some breakfast and use the newly plucked fruit for your breakfast. Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's the great thing about having your own fruit to be able to pick from your garden, is just being able to know that you can just go out there and pick some, and then you've got something you can put towards a meal, or if it's breakfast, or even like dessert and stuff. Anemone, yeah, except they aren't from the shared garden, but from a park. Oh, I gotcha, yeah. Well, that is good, though, to be able to have somewhere that you can pick those fruits and not have to go to a store and actually buy some, and then hope that there's actually some left. Hope that someone hasn't come along and bought the whole section. I swear, though, there's people that are like that. They're like, here's 6 or 7 different flavored drinks. I'll get all of them. And then they buy them all, and then some other poor person comes along and is like, I'm looking forward to buying, and there's no other drinks I like. Oh. Yes, like, come on, leave some for other people. Okay, so let's have a gander at this little area. The thing that always impresses me is it's one thing on paper to say the character goes into a cave in a script. It's another thing to be like, right, okay, so what kind of cave? What textures? What is going on? Like, is there going to be rust on things? Is there going to be, like, you know, things that are showing that there's actually something that has existed before? You know, like all those sorts of decisions. And then the person actually making the design and coming up with all of that and being like, right, you know, like this area here, like someone had to think to themselves, okay, we need to put something here, what should we put here? And even thinking about where to place things and stuff. Like, I've dabbled in making video games years ago, and that was something I always struggled with, was like level design. It's like, well, where should I put this thing? Just put it here and just, you know. It always impresses me, and a lot of interesting visuals in this that don't always take the time to actually notice. That's why it's interesting sort of taking the time out to actually have a look. Like, sure, you can just go online and look for a picture of a cave, and then looking at the picture you can go, right, let's just make the texture the exact same. But when you're crafting a game world for people to play through, it's more than just grab these elements and just chuck them anywhere. It's the thought process that goes behind, where should we put this and why would it be here? Even if the player never finds that information out, the person making the elements needs to know that. And depending if it's a Minecraft cave, or if it's like the cave from the Aladdin story, each year the fruits go rotten, so why not? Well, that's true too. And at least they're being used and they're not just going to waste as well. Now, when I dabbled in video game making, it was very basic, simple stuff. Like, I'm not good at programming. I just don't have the necessary mind to grasp the complexity of code and all that kind of stuff. Like, if I was working on a game, I'd be more the person that would only really know exactly what they're wanting when I see it. You know, so to have multiple different variations of something would be good for me, because then I've got something to compare those things to and be like, right, I like the look of this one. You know, this element looks really cool. But it was mainly very basic 2D stuff. It was like, I don't think they make anything anymore, but there was a company called Click Team, and they had so many different programs that allowed you without programming. Now, there was some things that you could actually program, but for all intents and purposes, it was supposed to be an easy thing, so you can just, you know, make your own games and stuff. So I dabbled with that, and we'll try and think, okay, where to put this and where to put that. And yeah, I see, yeah, games are very advanced today. That's true, you know. And with that comes, it's, you know, you can have the best equipment as well, but what you make with that equipment can still be bad and not be received well. And sometimes too, like if you look at older games, it's not so much the graphics that stand the test of time, but it's the actual gameplay, and it's things like the way things were done in the story and all that kind of stuff. So we got that key that was there. So the 21st key is after the second gate, and audio tape to the left of the first gate. Although this is a gate. I'd classify this as a gate, but maybe the guide doesn't consider that a gate, or the gate. Hello there, Lucas. How's things? Lucas, taking a break from Assassin's Creed. Yeah, Fridays I do Evil Within. So I'll be getting back to Assassin's Creed on Monday through to Thursdays. And on the weekend is still Splinter Cell. Hello there, Saint. Toshiki Kadomatsu. I don't think I've had the pleasure. What does that actually mean? Welcome on in. How's things? These little enemies, on a Kumu mode, they can actually kill you in one hit as well. I haven't noticed Seb do that animation before. At first I thought it was like, just softly tapping his head with his gun. I decided to sell my vacuum cleaner. It was just gathering dust. Why not, Shin? You need to sell what you can sometimes. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression. And that's a nice one too, by the way. How's things going for you? So there's another recording, but I'll look at that in a moment. Nice one, Saint. Must have been a real sucker. Shin, you're debating on making sweet tea tomorrow. So what does that involve? What ingredients go into it?
Aberrant brainwave patterns observed in subjects number 25 and 33, and now again in 55. The one common factor is a case history of dissociative identity disorder. Previous experiments on the prefrontal cortex led to degradation of sense of self, but there were unanticipated results here. Suicidal thoughts of alternate personalities exhibited as attacks on the core personality. As self-consciousness waned, a sort of stasis was achieved. Like two creatures sewn together and forced to live as one, eternally hating the other. Delicious.
Delicious, hey Ruvik. I have an emote for that. From Assassin's Creed Syndicate, Lucy Thorne. Shin, frozen peaches, water, tea bags, and sugar and honey. Oh, very nice. I like peaches, but I'm not big on them. Like if you said, here, have a bowl of peaches, or here, have a bowl of strawberries, I'd be like, I'll have the strawberries, thanks. But if you said to me, here, have this bowl of peaches, or you can have this Brussels sprout, then I'll be eating the peaches, thank you. Saint yum yum, get you some. Yummy, as Ace Ventura says. So we got that recording, and the next key will be the 21st key. Alright, so I think I've gone past where the key is. Autosave 1336, 621. I'll reload this one. Of course, the autosave happened. The autosave happened after going through. Of course it would. Oh well, got to restart the chapter. Hello, Inmita. How's it going today?
Aberrant brainwave patterns observed in subjects number 25 and 33. Now again in 55. Previous evidence of prefrontal cortex led to degradation of sense of self. But there were unanticipated results here. Suicidal thoughts of alternate personalities exhibited as attacks on the core personality. As self-consciousness waned, a sort of stasis was achieved. Like two creatures together, forced to live as one, eternally together. Delicious.
There we go. That's the key I missed. I couldn't backtrack to get to it, so I had to restart the chapter. I'll catch up on chat in a moment, sorry. Just wanted to get back up to where I was before. I had to restart.
Out of ammo?
Alright, so I couldn't go back through this crack in the wall after I'd already gone past it. The autosave was after getting through, and there was only one autosave to choose from. So I had to restart the chapter to be able to get the key that I missed. Alright. In meter, all good if you don't count the heat. Oh, yeah. Be good to just be able to turn that off instantly. That's for sure. As for me and Mitra, I'm doing really, really good. We're in chapter 8 of this story. There's about 15 chapters in total, and I'm trying to get all the collectibles and stuff. There was a key that I missed back there before, and the autosave happened after getting through the part, and I couldn't backtrack, and there was only one autosave to choose from, so I had to restart the chapter. Hey there, Lightus. Good morning. Akumu mode is sure a pain in the ass. Good thing I'm not playing on that mode for this playthrough. I'd still be a couple of chapters back. Potato, potato. Akumu, Akuma. I don't blame you, Lightus, for knowing the character from Street Fighter of Akuma for so long. It's definitely understandable to keep saying Akuma for this game's difficulty instead of saying Akumu for the hardest mode. I'm doing really good, thanks, Lightus. My Friday is going well. How's yours? How's things going? Hey there, Scar. You're not first today? Ah, well. That's no drama. Welcome on in. How's your day going? Cheers then, Meter. Thank you. Friday is also a good day. a good day to be playing horror, especially when it gets, you know, close to night time and stuff. That's why I've wanted to start streams of this a little bit later my time, so it fits in with the skies getting dark outside and fits the whole vibe. Welcome back, Lidus. Cheers, dude. And I'm glad to hear it's going well also. Yeah, Akuma, I'm doing it now. Akumu mode, even those little enemies that can hit you, if you get hit by them on Akumu mode, you're dead too, as well. You're a bit tired, but it's awesome. Well, that's good though, that the upside is that it's still awesome. And Mitra, imagine if it was Friday the 13th, lol. Now that would be great timing, actually. It's funny though, because being born on the 13th, sometimes my birthday actually falls on a Friday. Light as one hit KO. It's so annoying when it happens though, because they're pieces of shit. They just jump around everywhere and then boom, Sebastian's like, ugh! Hey E-Tone, welcome. I'm doing really good, thank you. How about yourself? Lattice, you just found out that the voice actress for Misty and Jesse died. So who are they? Like, what characters are they from? Gotten key 21. Key 22 is near the end of the chapter. Alright. So this is a pretty short chapter, so I might even get 3 chapters done today. That'd be good though. Getting 8, 9, and 10 would be good, because then there's 5 chapters left. As for the next document, or collectible, it's coming up. Oh, I see, Lights from Pokemon. Yeah, it's really unfortunate when you find out that happens as well. She had other work too, but you forgot what project she worked on as well. Oh, that's understandable. Yeah. Anemone, you'll jump to another channel for give a golden retriever some treats via channel points. See you a bit later. Oh, cool. That's awesome, Anemone. Well, that's no worries at all. Thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. I hope that everything goes well. Hey there, Godfather Owl. The Legion Within. You got it. My name is Legion, for we are many. Oh, that's okay, Anemone. That's absolutely no trouble at all. I remember the game Shadow Man when that game came out, and I remember the name of the main villain is Legion, and his character model has blood coming out of his mouth. And I always remember the intro where you see Jack the Ripper being visited by this guy and talks to him, and basically Jack the Ripper sacrifices himself, and so have all these other serial killers sacrifice themselves to work on this big sort of like, I guess it's this castle thing. It's been ages since I played it, so I can't remember exact details, but when he gets asked his name, he's sort of like, my name is Legion, for we are many. And they've done this really cool echo with his voice as well. I've always remembered that moment from that game. I remember it was pretty freaky. I remember playing it on my own at night and being like really creeped out by the game as well. Like this man watching Mr. G Star 321 suffer playing this game on a Kumu difficulty was a whole lot of fun. But damn, that dude made a walkthrough for that game, plus that mode. Oh yeah, I remember watching his playthrough of this game as well on that difficulty, and the amount of swearing and cursing that he was doing is definitely understandable, especially with being hit once and you're dead. Like, that's just by default a no damage playthrough where it's like, boom, you take damage, you're dead. Hey there, Mr. Goatee. Welcome on in. You really do love those we are Legion, we are many, we are whole. We are Legion, we are many. Cave note. I went in too deep, and of course it was a trap. Sophia told me to stop so many times, but it was only a little further to the truth. I knew there'd be challenges, but I was so close. I noticed the faintest breeze coming from the crack of this door. This door has to lead outside. This plate I found looks like it fits in the slot. It's probably the key, but which way does it go? 50-50 odds, and I've been here pacing for what feels like an eternity, unable to make this simple choice. Sophia, if I make it out of here, I'll hold you in my arms, I'll tell you that you were right, and I'll never let you go. Reminds me of Outlast 2. Lattice, yeah, remember when I thought you were him? I do, dude. Yeah, I don't blame you though. You know, even if both of you guys are Australian, but both having almost 99% sound note. That's true, you know. You get those sort of similarities in the way someone speaks and what they use as well. Okay, what would be evil if the game itself has a scene or two where it's damaged the player anyway? Equals Deathloop by design. Now that would be a big fuck you to the player by the devs to do something like that, and also make it an unskippable cutscene as well, where you can't just skip and avoid that part. How's things going, Code? Welcome. What are you looking at? How freaky does that look? What its arms doing? He's just waving. Hello. Indeed, Amita, that looked really, really creepy and so funny at the same time. A waving hand. Saint a sober realization. Very true. Like, that would definitely be something to sober up real quick from. Bloody relief plate. This strange plate has faces carved into either side of it. One side has blood streaked across it. Bloody relief plate? Jeez, I don't know. Who leaves these behind? You fucking piece of shit. Gotta clean up all this mess? Bloody relief plates. Jeez. Code, it's going okay. You're having some cream and jam-packed cookies. Now that sounds really, really good. That sounds delicious. There we go. That's what happens if you get it wrong. It makes you think you've got it because it opens up the lock. I love that music. It's like a searing, seething kind of like just, yeah, I love it. Scar, wow. Wow, what a mansion. But I swear, as much as you have died in this game on a Kumu difficulty and playing this game raging at silly things happening that is highway robbery, but damn it, you make it look easy. Yeah, I mean, this game, I'm playing it on normal mode in this playthrough, and even on normal mode, there's things that are really, really annoying. But the thing about a Kumu mode is that you still get checkpoints, which is good. So it's not a case where if you die, you have to start the whole chapter all over again. You still get checkpoints. But it can still be annoying because between getting one checkpoint and another one, there could be so much stuff you have to deal with that could easily get you in one hit. And when you get hit, especially too, if you're almost at the next part of the checkpoint, it might have taken you a while because you might have been careful, you might have been making sure the enemies didn't see you, and then boom, you get hit by some bullshit thing, and then you have to start back at the previous checkpoint, and it might have taken you 20 minutes to get to where you died. You know, this corridor will come soon in the Evil Within 2 with cubicles. This is true. Yeah, some of my favorite parts of Evil Within 2 is when it actually does callbacks to this first game as well. And you got that moment where it's sort of like a bit of a montage of monsters and stuff from the first game as well. Recently, Tango Works, that was working on the Evil Within games, they did a game. I think it was it Hi-Fi Rush or something like that. Anyway, the studio was closed down, but since then, this other company has actually picked up Tango Works. So potentially, and it may never still come to fruition, but potentially there is now still hope that there may be Evil Within 3. But you never know though. But at least the company that was, working on Evil Within 1 and 2 is still going to be a thing. So you never know. Down the track, they might actually still do an Evil Within 3. But with this game celebrating its 10th anniversary this year, I mean, it will almost be like an Alan Wake 2 situation where that came out like 13 years after the first one. And sometimes it can take a bit, like if a game takes that long to get a follow-up, you don't know like if it's going to be well received or what they're going to do in it and stuff like that. And Mita, for a moment, it looked like something was lurking behind. That's the thing I love about horror games is when it makes you feel like there's something behind the character. There may not be, but there might be. And that's the thing. It makes you think. Makes me think of like the Silent Hill games where you come into an area and you hear this sound and you think to yourself, there's probably something right around this corner that's going to come out and kill me. And then you go around the corner and there's nothing. And you just realize the game's trolled you with ambient sounds and noises to make you think one thing and show you something else. But then you might be like, huh, there was nothing there. And so when you come across another part and they do the same trick, you think, ah, oh, there's nothing there. And then what is? There's something there that time, So I love when horror games sort of mess with the player like that because it's kind of like putting you into a false sense of security. It's like in Outlast 1. You get so used to using the camera, especially to be able to see with night vision and see where you're going. And at some point, the game is like, what if we took the camera off you for a little bit? Let's just squirm a bit, not being able to do what you normally would. And Mita, Shadow of the Tomb Raider gave you that feeling with the animal noises. Oh, cool. Yeah. It just helps, it's sort of like an immersive thing too. And if the game is doing that, then you're sort of like clicking in with the immersion of it. It felt like those guys were behind you. You forgot their names. Oh yeah, like the Yashil, I think. I think that's the name of them. That's how you pronounce them. So this is map fragment 14, and then after this we've got we've got a personal document and then a regular document. So we're almost through the chapter as well. And the next key is large circular room near pipes. Okay.
Doc, what the hell is going on?
There's no time. I need to figure out how to reverse this if we're going to stop him.
Who? This Ruvik guy? Who the hell is he?
I'm sorry, I have to find this.
I can't help if you leave me in the dark, Doc. And you need me to help.
We're working on a method. How can I explain this? It's like linking brains together. Showing everything on an electrochemical level. Emotion, memory, perception, everything. Directly. It's unprecedented. The implications on psychology, on pharmaceuticals, on consciousness itself.
Are you serious? It's a fucking nightmare.
Well, I didn't say it was perfect. Especially not with such a unstable host.
Great. So your research partner is a psychopath. And we're all inside his head.
Not exactly, no. All of us are contributing on some level. But he's the only one with conscious influence.
You know how he thinks. What does he want?
Well, it's just a theory, but I'd say he wants us dead.
Doctor?
I love that line. Great. So your research partner's a psychopath, and we're all stuck inside his head. It's an interesting concept, linking brains together. Two different people with two different experiences in their life, two different sets of memories, experiencing different things, being linked together. And the thing about Ruvik is that losing his sister definitely had a major psychological effect on him. And the thing is, he's hoping that he can actually bring her back to life. Like, he knows that she's dead, but the idea of linking brains together and him trying to find a new host and all this kind of stuff. Essentially, it's like if you were to take your consciousness and put it into someone else's body. That's essentially what Ruvik is trying to do with the character of Leslie. And the other thing is, too, he's trying to perfect the thing, because if he can get himself into a new body, maybe he can do the same with his sister Laura. So that's his logic and thinking about that. But yeah, the idea of being sort of like trapped inside a consciousness of a serial killer. But as Jimenez says, it's not exactly like that. They're all connected to the STEM machine, and what powers STEM is Ruvik's brain. And all the people that are connected to STEM, their consciousnesses, their dreams, their nightmares, their memories are all jumbled up together with all the other people's memories and all this kind of stuff. And as the doctor said too, only Ruvik has conscious influence on things. So essentially, if anyone has seen the Nightmare on Elm Street movies and how Freddy Krueger is able to manipulate people's dreams, so you can be having a dream that's perfect, and you might think that you're safe from Freddy because you've created a paradise of a dream for yourself. But Freddy can just come in and do what he wants and manipulate the dream and turn it into a nightmare sequence. And obviously, if it kills you in your sleep, then you die for real. But the thing with Ruvik and what's going on here is a very similar thing where he can consciously influence what's going on, while the other people who are connected to STEM, they don't have the ability to consciously direct stuff like Ruvik can as well. So it's sort of like he's got all the cards. He's the one that can basically make whatever he wants to appear. Whereas the other people, they can't help and they can't change or control what is actually being put into this reality based on their memories and all that kind of stuff. And I just really like that concept. There's a movie called Cell with Jennifer Lopez, and she plays this psychiatrist or psychologist who goes, there's this new experimental technology that allows someone to literally go into the mind of someone else, and she goes in the mind of a serial killer, and it's a pretty trippy movie. And Mita, when you're just trying to explore the jungle and you hear the howler monkeys and other animals, you feel like something is out to kill you. That's very, very true. Yeah, and I think I can't imitate the sounds, but I definitely know what sounds you're meaning. Hey there, Oz Jim. Da da da. Don't look, it's just me behind you with an axe. Here's Johnny. How's it going, Jim? Saint the jungle makes noise. Yeah, I haven't been out in the jungle myself, but with all the sort of like insects and all the environmental stuff going on, I can imagine that it would be quite easy sometimes to think that something is near you when it's probably a lot further away. Journal of Sebastian Castellanos, June 16, 2009. We dropped off Lily for her first day at preschool this morning. She's a brave girl. She seems like she'll be fine. Myra, God bless her, has had a tough 3 years. Raising a baby is a full-time job and she's finally going to get the break she deserves. By break, I mean coming back to the KCPD, Missing Persons Bureau. The amount of disappearances here seems to be growing. If we don't get to the bottom of it soon, there won't be anyone left to investigate. They'll all be missing. I exaggerate, of course, but there's something going on in Crimson City that needs to be stopped, and Myra will help see to that. She's damn good at her job, and obviously happy to be back in her element. Jim, this is why you wish you were a dwarf. They don't dream. It's interesting, because I think they say that even if you don't remember dreaming, apparently we still have dreams. And it's interesting too, because dreams is another sort of interest of mine. And when it comes to fiction stuff as well, it's interesting what can be done with that kind of stuff. Things like dreams and memories and all that kind of stuff. And there's so much information that we take in constantly that who knows what elements from our day will find their way into our dream and what changes will be done to that as well. You know, like someone might have a day where someone was really shitty to them, and in their dream that night, that person is really shitty to them in their dream, and then the person who might have wanted to say something when it happened IRL but couldn't think of anything to say might actually say that to the person in the dream, you know, just things like that. And it's just interesting how the mind, the human brain works when it comes to those sorts of things as well. And who knows what facial features of people we've seen in real life that our memories take and put into our dreams, but mix and match stuff and all that kind of stuff. Don't suppose there's any ammo for a pistol, because I don't want to... I'm going to have to anyway. Or I could maybe use... which I don't have and I can't craft. Oh no, I can craft. Oh, shit, I didn't mean to do that. I mean, yes, I have heaps of parts, which is good, but I still don't want to be wasting too much of it. There we go. So that's key 22, and that's the last key in chapter 8. And now there's one more document in chapter 8 as well. Research facility. Note. Subject number 18. Connection established. Commencing procedure. 245. Abnormal brain wave activity detected. 258. Cardiac arrest. Non-resuscitable. Subject number 19. Connection established. Commencing procedure. 124. Abnormal brain wave activity detected. 148. Cardiac arrest. Non-resuscitable. Subject number 20. Connection established. Commencing procedure. 143. Abnormal brain wave activity detected. 152. Cardiac arrest. Subject number 21. Connection established. Commencing procedure. 209. Abnormal brain wave activity detected. 214. Cardiac arrest. Subject number 22. Same. Subject number 23. Connection established. Commencing procedure. 331. Abnormal brain waves activity detected. Heart rate, respiration, blood pressure, and temperature rising. 424. Recovery of consciousness. 437. Stabilization of vital signs. At last. And at last was able to read through that without having to repeat every single word that was the same 5 times. Hey there, Cheesy. How's it going? Welcome on in. That's all the collectibles now in chapter 8. Oh, great, Cheesy. That's awesome. Glad to hear that you're going good. Ah, it was just a bottle. Before I could notice that there was something coming up as a prompt. But I thought it might have been like ammo or something, but it's not. It's just a glass bottle. I've got to collect these things again. And me to Dutch, Agent 007. Whenever there's something going wrong and he's in a predicament, he's always got a plan to get out of it. Ozjim, splat. He slimed me. So overall, that was a short chapter. Now to look at the model viewer. So that creature that was running after us at the end there, that creature we haven't fought yet, but we will. But I want to still cover their character model in the model viewer and then read about that. Alter ego. These were already introduced in the previous chapter. I forgot to cover them, but that's no worries. I'm covering them now. They were in this last chapter as well. Alter ego, height 6 feet 7 inches, 200 centimeters, weight 408 pounds, 185 kilograms. The result of connecting a subject with dissociative identity disorder to the STEM device. The dominant and alternate personalities blend into a single two-headed creature. How fucking freaky does this damn thing look? Imagine this coming after you. Plus all like the pulsating organs and stuff that you can see coming through the skin and all the rotten flesh and all that kind of stuff. Oz Jim looks like the Doc. Oh, Marcello. Hey there, Senny. Good day to you, dude. How's your day going? Sona, the detail though. Oh yeah. Crazy amount of detail on these things. And this is the safest way to get a good look at these enemies too, because they're one of those enemies that when the parasitic looking thing comes out of its chest, that can actually grab you and instantly kill you. I think they can do that even without that as well. They'll bite your head off. How's it going, Sona? Welcome on in. Crooked, you'd rather not imagine this coming after you. I do not blame you one bit at all. Like, that would not be good. Not good at all. So that was the alter ego. Hang on, what's this thing? Oh yeah, aquatic water. Aquatic monster. I think that's what... It's not that one. Amalgam. Definitely not that one, because that's much bigger. Amalgam core. Definitely not that one, because that's much bigger. Okay, so it must be the amalgam alpha is the variation that we just came across at the end of that last chapter that was running after us, I think. Yeah. Amalgam alpha. Height 12 feet, 10 inches, 3.9 meters, weight 2.5 tons. The final consciousness of test subjects who died while connected to the stem, combined into one single horrific shape. It attacks anything that moves, attempting to flee from certain death. Sona, you've taken advanced anatomy, physiology courses, and oof. Oh, you have? Oh, okay. That'd be interesting then too, because when you look at stuff like this, you'd have a whole different perspective on someone who doesn't know that much about that stuff. Crooked, going good, thanks. It's your last day here, so you're prepping some things for the journey back and tidying up the place. Also washing Nalu, because she smells like the ocean and is still a bit sandy from the beach. Got all the sand through the fur and everything like that. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're all going good and that you've had a wonderful time as well. That'd be the bittersweet thing when you've enjoyed so much of being away on vacation and you know it's the last day there and having to try and enjoy the final day, but also knowing that you need to get things ready and all that kind of stuff. Glad to hear that you're doing well. The Evil Within is going great. The chapter that I just finished was pretty short, which was good. So I might end up being able to do 3 chapters today, which would bring me to chapter 11 next Friday. There's 15 in total, and if I was able to do chapters 11 and 12, and then 13, 14, 15, then that would actually work out well. However, this Friday is the 16th of August. Next Friday will be the 23rd. So if I did chapter 8, 9, and 10 today, then the 23rd of August would be the next stream of this after today, and getting through 11 and 12 would then mean 13, 14, 15 on the 30th of August, which then puts us one Friday away from being in September. So I might even be able to do 3 today and then 3 next Friday and then 2 on the 30th as well. But yeah, getting into September, it'll be crunch time because September, October, November, December, some of it I'll be able to stream, but I won't be streaming all of December this year. So yeah, I got a lot of stuff to cram in. So we'll just see how things go. When I finish off the Splinter Cell series, I may decide to make Saturday and Sunday Evil Within as well. But we'll see. We'll just have to see how things shake out. Hey there, Ronan. Welcome on in. Seems like a theme going on. Just finished watching the Red Letter Media review of The Fly. Oh, you did? That is such a great movie, Ronan. I haven't seen that for a long time. How's things going too? Welcome on in. Such a good movie, that one. And a great example of how to do a remake right. You take something that, the basic elements of it are there, but you really put a whole different angle on it and a different twist and stuff. Oh, Jim, these devs have a sick mind too. Think of these. That's true. The artists coming up with these ideas and then being able to turn those ideas into like a 3D model and then turn that into something that moves and stuff. Thank you, Crooked. Yeah, making good progress. If I was just playing through this game normally and not worrying about showcasing stuff, then I probably would have been able to finish this today or maybe, next week or something. Look at that bloody crocodile. Thank you for redeeming that Arnie impression, Mr. Gote. Sona, glad to support my dude. Well, thank you so very much, Sona. It is definitely appreciated. Hello there, Levy. The last day of vacation. Well, I hope you can all still enjoy it, even though you have to also, be getting packed and stuff. You can definitely trust this creature to keep an eye on things. He sees you. Yeah? Tell him I said hi. And I don't think there's anything else that we came across in that chapter that I need to cover. Nope. Alright. Time to jump into the next chapter. Chapter 9.
Detective Castellanos?
Was that someone else's memories?
It was indeed, Sebastian. It was indeed. I like in this game how there's some little nods to Resident Evil's fixed camera angles and stuff. Ronan isn't using the car as a skateboard. Maybe it's just misunderstood. Maybe that's all it wants to do. It just wants to go around skating everywhere.
You were moaning in your sleep. Have a bad dream?
No, not that way. No. No, not that way. No.
Which way then, voice? Huh?
Let go of me! Let go of me! No, not that way. No. Let go of me! Let go of me! Let go of me! Let go of me!
Please refrain from agitating the others. You don't look well at all.
I must have already gotten the newspaper that actually spawns here on the desk. Because the guide I'm looking at says that the 13th newspaper should be there. It says I've only found 11 of 21 newspapers, and the guide that I'm using is showing a newspaper that's on the front desk, which isn't here for me, but they've numbered it the 13th one. I've been going through this with a fine-tooth comb, so I don't know why I wouldn't be up to newspaper 13 of 21 then. So somewhere along the line, I must have missed two of the newspapers. Unfortunately, this guide that I'm looking at doesn't actually say what the details of the newspaper is. It just says, this is the 13th newspaper, and here's an image of where it is and some text describing where it is. So I'll need to look up and see what the details of each newspaper is at what point. So, Evil Within, Chapter 9, Newspapers. Hang on. Another guide has clarified. All right. There we go. So there's a picture of the Victoriano family. I can't remember the mother and father's names, but Ruben Victoriano is on the left, and his sister Laura is on the right. And Laura is the creature that we were fighting that doesn't like fire.
Memories are vague things indeed. It can be easy at times for memories to be distorted by others. That is why they must be cherished.
Here we go. Now that newspaper is there.
You...
Estate fire. Claims children. Daughter badly wounded. Where were the parents? Children playing in barn on Victoriano estate burned in fire. Daughter 17 left in vegetative state. Source of fire undetermined.
As if you'd seen a ghost.
Do, 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 do. Boom, boom, boom. Anyway, hey there, Shaky. Welcome on in. If Sebastian has seen a ghost, maybe he should call in the professionals, the Ghostbusters. We're ready to believe you. Okay, so I've got that newspaper now. Still, it doesn't explain why, when I look at the archives, that I don't have 13 newspapers. So, what I need to do now is wonder where the fuck the other ones are and be like, you can't backtrack, because these newspapers are usually found in the hospital here. So why am I missing a newspaper? I could have sworn that I went through with a fine-tooth comb as I was going through the chapters. All right, so I found a wiki that talks about the newspapers. Okay, so the first one is bodies found in Lakeside Town. All right. Second one, serial killer on the loose. Third one, serial killings continue. Fourth one, missing patient found. Fifth one, investigation stalls. Sixth one, patients claim abuse. Seventh newspaper, parishioner found. Eighth newspaper, church floor collapses. Ninth newspaper, KCPD officer missing. 10th newspaper, church investigation. Catacombs found is listed as the 11th on this site. Now, estate fire is considered to be the 12th one. So this guide that I'm looking at that says that that newspaper I just collected was the 13th one must be actually incorrect. So, because of course that would happen. Why wouldn't it happen? Um, The 13th newspaper that they've got here in the wiki is bodies found near estate. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Okay, so the guy that I'm using has misnumbered the newspapers, but let's have a look. Newspaper 14. Gonna have to do some checks. Be right back. What I need to do is go through the guide chapter by chapter and then make note of what numbers they've used and just see if there's like a typo where they've miscounted. Alright, so chapter 1, an emergency call. Okay, so there were no newspapers in chapter 1. Chapter 2, remnants. There was a newspaper. They listed that as the first one. Then there was a second newspaper. I can see in the image that they've used that it says serial killer on the loose. Alright, so that matches up there. That was newspaper 2 that they've counted. Then no more newspapers in chapter 3. In chapter 2. Then in chapter 3, there's another newspaper which is considered the third. Serial killings continue. Alright. Chapter 4, newspapers. Newspaper 4, missing patient found. Okay. Newspaper 4. Now in 5th chapter, newspaper 5. Investigation stalls. Newspaper 6. Mental patients claim abuse. Alright. Newspaper 7. Missing parishioner found in mental hospital. Alright, now chapter 6. Newspaper number 8. Church floor collapses. Newspaper 9. KCPD officer missing. Alright, that matches. Newspaper 10. Pastor under investigation. Alright, chapter 7. Newspaper 11. Chapter 6 had newspaper 10. Chapter 7, newspaper 11. Catacombs found. Then chapter 8, which I just went through. Doesn't have a newspaper. Chapter 9. The cruelest intentions. Newspaper 13. Alright, so there was no newspaper in chapter 8. In chapter 7, newspaper 10 was the last one. Alright, so newspaper 9, KCPD officer missing. Newspaper 10, pastor under investigation. Now the guide then numbers the next newspaper after newspaper 10 as newspaper 13. So here we go. It's a typo in the actual guide. So the newspaper that I just picked up should actually be the... But no, even that's not 100% right. Newspaper 10, pasta under investigation. 11, catacombs found. Now I'm confused even more. But in terms of the guide that I was looking at, they go from listing newspaper 10 and then they don't list newspaper 11 and 12. They go straight to 13, which doesn't make sense. But even going by what I've looked at, there's 2 that are unaccounted for in the guide where they shouldn't be. But according to the wiki, the newspaper that I've actually got is the 12th one. So that matches at least. I'm going to save some of that green gel. Okay, so there's some different elements that are now appeared in this room here, in this version of the hospital that aren't usually there. There you go. That's the best angle and closeness I can get without Seb's head getting in the road. And then, of course, we have the picture of the Victoriano family. Saint, the deep end. This is true. Definitely have gone off the deep end in this game. In Japan, Saint, the name of this game is actually Psycho Break.
I've seen that house somewhere. I've never been here before, but...
Wow. What a mansion. Interesting. This tree is levitating above the ground. The thing about a game where you're actually connected to a machine and there's a shared consciousness going on between everyone connected to this machine, you can kind of like say that some glitches are actually just a byproduct of the weirdness of all these people's minds being connected to each other in one machine. Yeah, in Mitra, it's a magic tree. Sebastian is now, I am playing a tree. In Mita in Skellige, if you sail around Ard Skellig, you will see a floating grass. It looks like a floating island. Oh, really? Oh, that'll look cool. I don't recall noticing that when I played the game, but then again, I think it was 2021 when I played Witcher 3 for the first time. Need to go back because there's a map fragment back this way. I went past it because when I was going this way before, I was showcasing the game environment. And when I was moving the camera, I must have moved it in such a way that I didn't see that. Good thing I could actually backtrack to it and get it. Alright, so that's map fragment 15. So I'm up to the same amount of map fragments that this guide is talking about, so that's a good sign. In Meta, yeah, it's only in one place. I guess they intended to make it look like it was on the water surface, but it ended up in the sky instead. The game was like, no, I don't want to put it on the surface of the water. We're going to put it up in the sky. What's going to make this part of the game tricky in trying to showcase the environments is that at random, Ruvik will actually appear, and if he touches you, you're dead. One hit kill. So I'm going to have to do that, and then if he turns up and I'm not able to get away in time, I'll just have to take the kill and get killed.
Hey! Stop, damn it! Now what?
That's a nice looking vase. It'd be a shame if someone was to... So here we go. This is one of those moments where Ruvik appears. And if he gets you, it's instant death. So as I showcase the inside of this mansion, we're going to have to be careful of him. I always love that bit of music. Right there at the end part there that happened. So what I'm going to do is do the showcasing of stuff first. Not all the way through, but in terms of like this foyer area on the bottom floor and also the top. And then I'll go into each individual side room. Because that way if Ruvik does get me, I'm still close to the start and the checkpoint that was made. Hey there, Sheila. It's going really good, thank you, dude. How's things going with you? Some of these pictures we saw in the version of the hospital we were in before. That one there in particular now. And also this one here with the safe and the barbed wire and the vase with the yellow flowers in it and something on the table there. But we've also got this picture here which wasn't... That looks like... it reminds me of like a courtyard of a building in the Ezio games in Assassin's Creed series in Italy. I'm not saying that that picture is actually of somewhere in Italy, but that's what came to mind. Sheila, great to hear. You're good. Your weekend just started? Oh, excellent, dude. That's great. That's awesome. And of course, we saw this picture of the Victoriano family before. This one is much bigger, of course, but there's also some changes from how we saw it the first time. It's interesting here because you have someone that is wearing red with long dark hair, what looks to be long dark hair. And then you have someone who is wearing white and obviously distraught over the fact that they're dead. Even though, in the case of Ruben and his sister Laura, Laura is a woman, whereas here you have someone who, I mean, yeah, that could also be a woman as well. I don't know if this was intended, but I kind of see some sort of like symbolism here where it's like, this is a version of Ruben and Laura, where Laura is dead and Ruben is still alive and mourning over the loss, whereas we see in this picture someone is mourning the loss of someone else. The person dead is wearing red and Laura wears red, and the person wearing white is like Ruvik wearing white. If we look at this picture here, he's not wearing, like, he's wearing the brown coat, I guess, over white with the red tie and stuff. And we see Laura, of course, wearing red. I don't know. I might just be talking out of my ass. I don't know, but that's what came to mind anyway. Lower safe dial. This old safe dial is marked with the numbers 0 through 9. Ruvik strikes again. That motherfucker. Alright, so
Now
I'll
what?
re-grab that stuff in a moment. While I continue a bit of the showcase. Alright, so let's go back to where we were so I can showcase that area. Upper safe dial. This old safe dial is marked with the number 0 through 24. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning. Welcome. How's Evil Within coming along? I see we're in the Rude Ruvik section. We definitely are. And what makes it even more annoying is I'm trying to showcase the game environments, and we've already been killed by him. So I'm trying to take the approach where I showcase the rooms first, and then, if I die, not worry about picking everything up again. As long as I'm showcasing the things before I die, and then that way, as I go through, I don't have to keep showcasing, obviously, things I've already shown. So, yeah, we've died so far once from Ruvik appearing on us. We were actually going down one side of the staircase. He was on the opposite one, and, of course, he teleported right in front of the one that I was walking down, and even though when he swiped, I was already past him, the game still counted it as getting hit by him. Listen, exactly, this part is so annoying for you. It really is. It's so frustrating, especially if you're trying to do things carefully and then all of a sudden, boom, Ruvik appears and you're like, oh great, now I've got to try and hide or run away and find a different spot. So I've now showcased the lower floor in the foyer, the upper floor in the foyer, this room on the lower floor, and then upper floor and all that kind of stuff. How's things going for you today, Lucinda? Hope you had a great rest of your stream of Resident Evil 5. What part did you end up getting up to? Alright, so now what I want to do is showcase things on this side. Ramon back. The sweet golden retriever got her snack. Oh, very nice, Anamone. That's really cool. And welcome back to you as well. Listen, apparently there is no pause for Resident Evil 5 on PC. The pause button sends you into split screen mode. You couldn't figure out how to disable it, so you just had to play it without pausing it, which was also annoying because part of your rank score is how long it takes you to complete the chapters, so not being able to pause affected that. It makes you wonder why there's little things like that which actually cause bigger problems in the grand scheme of things. Like, that's ridiculous that on the PC version there is no pause. What? That's so annoying. Oh my god, that scared you. He was too close. He's just like, "Blah!" It's like, ah. And wrecked. I got lucky. This part is terrifying. Definitely got lucky. That was really lucky. Like, that was so close. Because I was hoping that if he wasn't going to disappear when he did, that maybe I'd have to try and run my way around him. I'm going to redo some of this section anyway, but I wanted to showcase stuff before actually going into the room to get the personal journal and then go back to the hospital part. For now, I just want to showcase what this all looks like before actually worrying about this, because once I've showcased the area, I don't obviously have to do that every single time, so I can just go back through and get all the stuff collected and done that I need to as well. M33 Pain, F7 Consent, T2 Identity, E84 Mirth. Alright, I'll come back to this later. I was saying earlier, Lucinda, that Tango Gameworks actually, after they were closed down, they were actually bought by someone else. So there is a possibility, again, now that they might do a Evil Within 3. In comparison to when they were shut down, obviously, that meant there was no there was no possibility of Evil Within 3. But since they were now picked up by someone else, that potential has come back again. So you never know. We might still not get an Evil Within 3, but the fact that the company isn't being just left for no one to do anything with, it's good that it was picked up by someone else. Scar, at least they learned how to port Resident Evil games to PC lately. You're glad for it. Yeah, that's true, you know, and that'd be so frustrating too as well. You want to sink your teeth into a game on PC that has been ported from console, but then there's all these issues that have to be sorted. Lucinda, you saw that. You saw it mentioning the Hi-Fi Rush IP. Not sure if that means they bought the Evil Within IP as well. That's definitely another good point. Yeah, they might not have got their whole catalog of stuff either, because I think that can happen too. Maybe they might not want to get all of it. You don't know if it even works that way. Yeah, I'm not too sure on it myself as well. Like, I mean, when Disney bought Fox, they essentially got all of Fox's movies and shows. Got pretty much the whole catalog. It's so funny to think that Disney owns IPs now like Alien and Predator and The Simpsons and Die Hard, to name but a few. Hey there, Lizzie. Good morning to you. How's things? Scar, PC Gamer contacting support to get help. Support. You are the support, son. It's like, figure it out on your own, by yourself. Ronan and Fight Club and Boys Don't Cry. That's true, Ronan. Yeah, Fight Club as well. Big Trouble in Little China. They also have that as well. Dr. Darling, this part brings Call of Cthulhu vibes. Oh yeah. Yeah, I could definitely see where that influence or that would be reminiscent. Lizzie, as good as can be. Well, that's definitely good. Hopefully things can be better than what they are. Dr. Darling, or rather, Call of Cthulhu Mansion brings Evil Within vibes to put it in release order. Mull the Monk, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you very much. Hey, Bear Suit. Welcome on in, dude. How's things going? I'm just showcasing the game environments, and of course, as you know, in this section with Ruvik deciding to just pop up when he wants, it means I'm focusing on showcasing stuff first in each of the rooms, and then I can worry about getting all the collectibles and getting what needs to be done. Bearsuit, you never showcased this level. Too scary. So I'm glad that I am. And it catches you off guard so much too, as well. Especially the music that plays as well when he appears. Scar, can't you open doors like civilized people? You have to smack it. I know, right, Scar? I love doing that in games, though. I love being able to just, kick doors down and stuff. In Red Dead Redemption 2, what I like to do is I like to run and sprint through a door and burst through and get the reactions from the NPCs. And some doors, of course, have glass on them, so I love just running through and then smashing the glass and then having the reactions from the NPCs. Dr. Darling, the Callisto Protocol is free to get on Epic from 22nd of 8 to 29th of 8. That went well, free already. Yeah, I actually ended up taking advantage of that because it was one of those games that I saw and I thought, oh, I might play it. And when it came for free on the PlayStation Plus, I was like, yeah, I may as well get it. Scar works perfect in stealth games. Game. Eliminate target quietly. Rod brings down the whole building. It's like, at the end of the day, all the targets have been neutralized. Quietly, in the sense that they didn't actually hear the others, so they couldn't be like, alert! Alarm! Exactly, Schiller. Well, if there are no witnesses left, then it's stealthy, isn't it? And then the question would be, once the building has collapsed, getting out of sight before anyone else can be like, that's the culprit. It would be so funny if you could shoot the piano keys and it would actually make a sound. Okay, so that's showcasing that area. I've gone in there and showcased that environment. Already showcased this environment. Can't go in this one yet. Already shown off that area. There is another area that I haven't shown yet that branches out from there, and I've showed this room. See, I've shown this area and up there, but not this part here. Open the door. Open there. Now. Your Skynet special edition pizza delivery is here. Thank you for redeeming that, Scar. That could be something that the Terminators could be actually reprogrammed to do. Actually serve humanity. It's like, John Connor, what should we do? What should we reprogram the Terminators to do? It's like, how about we make them pizza delivery people? Cool. Hey there, hit pigs. Welcome. Nice emote of a cookie. Put the cookie down now. That's interesting. That's a bit reminiscent of that room from one of the previous chapters where you have 3 separate doors that you need to go into, and there's rooms that have puzzles you need to solve. Oh, the game's going well, hit pigs. I'm up to chapter 9, and part of this playthrough is showcasing the game's environments. This particular part of this chapter, though, there's an enemy that will spawn in randomly without warning, and it's a one-hit kill if they touch you. So I need to also be mindful of that. But I'm doing the actual showing of the environment first, in between being attacked by the character, and then I'm going to worry about actually doing the things I need to do once I've showcased every single little bit of this current area. But yeah, it's going really, really good.
Batman, did you forget your flashlight or something?
Yeah, where's his bat torch? Batman's supposed to have a contingency plan for every single thing that happens. He should have known that he would need a flashlight. Yeah, he picks a bat lamp. That would actually be interesting. A lamp that projects the bat logo. Or the bat signal.
Out of ammo?
Do you mind, Haunted? I'm trying to give a tour of the Victoriano mansion. almost become a Seb sandwich. Seb way, eat fresh. Isn't this amazing? I present to you, everyone, a toilet. What a way to celebrate the 10th anniversary of this game by showcasing a toilet. Best suit, the gears at the top remind you of the shape of a Reese cup bar. Oh, really? Oh, cool. Yeah, it's funny how shapes associated with how something looks, you can see it in other things and it makes you think of it. Yeah, listen, the toilet loot. I don't know if I want to touch something that's in the toilet like that. I'll be getting these collectibles I'm bypassing once I've showcased the parts of the rooms. Just in case I get killed by Ruvik, because I don't want to have to pick up the items yet again. So I may as well just do the showcasing part, and then if I get killed by Ruvik, at least I know that I haven't already picked up the things to have to then pick them up all over again. It's interesting thinking about the environments in this game where you've got all these sort of like on the walls and everything, you've got stains or you've got like paint peeling off and all this kind of stuff. And when you think about what happened to Laura and also Rubik, because he got burned as well, but them burning and the idea of flesh being, you know, ruined in a similar way to the paint peeling, and and all this kind of stuff. So there's all these things that you can tie in together symbolically in this game with stuff like that. Hey there, Necro. Good morning, dude. Hope your day's going good so far. Lucinda, you'll be taking your truck and dropping it off at the shop today to look at a possible problem in the suspension somewhere. You'll be picking up breakfast while you're out too. Oh yeah, I hope that doesn't turn into something that's going to be like, a big dent in the finances and stuff. Good idea too, as well, to pick up breakfast while you're out. Now all we need is this moose head to come to life and start laughing and cackling, like in the movie Evil Dead 2. Listen, you're hoping it's just parts that typically wear out, not a real problem. Won't know until they look into it, and hope they can have it back to you by the end of the next week before you start the new job. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, timing is of the essence when it comes to things like that too, you know. So yeah, knock on wood. Here's hoping that it'll just be something, as you say, that's just, typical wear and tear, not something that's a real problem. Have a cleaver. Listen, the Necro can take you to and from the job because while you're training, you'll be working at the same building and most of the same hours, so it won't be a huge deal if not. But you enjoy having your own vehicle, you feel trapped if you don't. Oh, that's totally understandable, as well. And it's good to be able to have that because, if one or the other is out of action, then at least you know that there's another that can be as a backup as well. But that is really cool that it works out that way. Like that's just gonna make things, a lot smooth and things working things out. There we go, and now we're back here. We can go through this door. Alright, so going back here, I've already showcased these little areas now. I want to go back to here and just showcase through this area.
Again.
Subject number 12. Test 71B. Electrode placement A2. Stimulation of amygdala, seat of emotion and memory allocation. The fear center of the brain.
So it says there R4 envy, A2 fear, and L7 malice.
Subject feels as I do. This vessel is far too weak to withstand the psychological weight I myself bear daily.
H1 causality. So we'll be doing this, but not yet. Just want to do the showcasing side of things first. Listen, you did find out that after you're trained up, you'll be working in a different nearby town day to day. They said they need to keep you separated, probably because of that weird thing where having two people married in a relationship working in the same department might create a conflict of interest. That's fair too. Yeah. It's good that it's so close by though, as well. Like, to have a place that's way, way, way out somewhere else would have, definitely been less enticing or less, desired. Dr. Darling, gross. That's what it is. It really is. But wouldn't you like to have a cake that looks like that? It's actually a cake that you can eat, but it just looks like a human brain. Wouldn't that be good? Listen, it does mean a closer commute for you though, so you get the 20-minute drive. Well, yeah. And that's not too bad, really, like 20 minutes worth. Dr. Darling, you're eating right now. It's funny. You might not want to hear what I'm about to say, Dr. Darling, then when you're eating. But there's a movie called... Well, in the US it's called Dead Alive, but in other places it's Brain Dead. The reason it's called Dead Alive in the US is because there was already another movie in the US called Brain Dead. Completely different movie and all that. So in America they had to change the name to Dead Alive. And anyway, this is a warning for people who are eating right now too, and you don't like to hear about things that are mushy or like horror, gore related. So anyway, it's all to do with zombies and stuff. There's this scene where this woman's ear falls off into a bowl of custard, and she doesn't realize that it's happened, and so she starts to eat the custard with the ear in it. Dr. Darling, not a brain, a sandwich. You don't want to have like lamb's brains or something on a sandwich? Okay, so we've shown all that. We've gone to one of the places with the brain thing in it, and we've gone to the other place with the brain thing in it. And I've already showcased this part before. Alright, cool. So we've done that too as well. Alrighty then. So what I'm going to do now on purpose is kill myself so I can restart from the last checkpoint. Dr. Darling almost sounds like an ear soup. Tasty. Talking about getting an earful. Okay, now to do the actual collecting of stuff.
Now what?
Yeah, listen, boom! Crimson Post newspaper clipping. Tragic fire kills child, nanny, in Crimson City, February 11, 2012. Despite the KCPD's quick arrival, the KCFD's quick arrival and best efforts, a fast-spreading house fire took the lives of a young girl and her babysitter yesterday afternoon in the Park Ridge neighborhood of Crimson City. Lily Castellanos, age 5, and her babysitter Joanita Flores, 56, were unable to escape the smoke and flames that quickly consumed the single-family home. Lily's parents, both detectives for the KCPD, rushed to the scene but were too late to save their daughter from the flames. The blaze was finally defeated by firefighters after several hours, but the home was completely destroyed. The cause of the fire is under investigation, but initial findings point to faulty electric wiring. Continued on page 8. Fire. This is a spoiler for people who haven't actually played Evil Within 2. So just a heads up, if you haven't played Evil Within 2, I'm about to actually spoil a major plot point about that game in 3, 2, 1. So Lily doesn't actually die. It's all a staged thing because there's a plan that Myra, Sebastian's wife, has actually put in plan. Mobius, who is the evil organization that's partly involved in what's going on in Evil Within 1 and 2, basically need Lily to be the core of their new stem that they've created, because the stem in this game, the core of it is actually Ruvik's brain, which is psychotic. So the logic is that having someone who is much, much younger and also isn't as psychologically scarred or as psychotic or anything like that as Ruvik would be a better host for STEM. So anyway, Lily's not actually dead. The fire was actually staged, and one of the characters that you meet in Evil Within 2, who was in on the whole plan, she was the one who actually did the fire and set the house on fire. So the actual fire it did happen. It was staged, but Lily didn't actually die though in it. So yeah, that's a spoiler just for Evil Within 2. Hey there, Drew. How come this game you can't watch? This is 1080p. Not too sure, but I put my stream output at 720p due to some issues that were happening with another game, and I don't know if they were part of that or they could create something for another game and stuff. So just on the safe side, I put it back to 720p. Skyrod, do you like Batman games? I do, yeah, the Arkham series. I haven't played Origins, but I've played Asylum City and Night a lot, though. I really like those games. They're really cool.
I knew it.
Don't you think you should use your green gel?
Bodies found near estate. Bodies found near countryside estate. Identification could take weeks. 4 mutilated bodies found just outside of Victoriano estate. The bodies appeared to have had various crude surgeries performed on them. Missing, Ruben Victoriano, beloved son of wealthy Victoriano family, has not been seen since a fire at the family estate. So Ruvik is Ruben Victoriano, for those who don't know. And so they've taken Rue from Ruben and Vic from Victoriano to create Ruvik. There's actually a character in a movie. I just remembered this now, actually. It's not the exact same name, but there's a horror movie. That was a series of horror movies, and there was also some spin-offs, basically called Scanners. And Michael Ironside, who would go on to play Sam Fisher in the Splinter Cell games, he's in this movie as well. He plays a villain named Daryl Revok, Revok. Not saying that they were inspired by this to create the name Ruvik, but that's actually just something that came to my mind. So yeah, you have the villain Ruvik in this, and there's a villain in Scanners called Revok. Ron, you didn't get to see Brain Dead until you were a teenager, but you saw Jackson's Bad Taste when you were 7. Both are so funny. Classic splatstick movies. It's been a long time since I saw those movies. But yeah, if you had only come into knowing about his work through Lord of the Rings, even though in each trilogy of those movies, there's definitely elements of, horror and stuff in it. But going back then for people who hadn't seen his earlier works, if they've seen Lord of the Rings and then went back to see it, it's such a huge, big leap from that. Best the last person to figure that anagram out, Sebastian Castellanos. He's like, how long did it take to come up with that, to realize, to recognize? Hello, Nagasuki. How's things going today? Ronan, on VHS used to keep playing the sheep blowing up over and over. It's good when you get things like that in movies that are just so funny that you just want to rewind and see it over and over and over again. Mentioned dining room note. I finally come to recognize the way, the portal to a new world. The details are all there, have been right in front of my nose. I'm appalled and incensed that I did not see them sooner. The specific process to break down a human psyche, to obliterate it and give myself free rein, is so obvious. And now that I see it, now that what I have to do is in front of me, I feel as if there is nothing else I can do. I can have everything I sought, everything I've lost, but I need resources. Jimenez, that cretin, will finally begin to earn his keep.
What do we have here?
Subject number 58, test 92A. Electrode placement in M33, pain region. Ineffective. Anticipate greater results with stimulation of section F7, the consent region of the neocortex. Subject imprint, only partially successful. Individual personality traits linger.
Nagasaki, meh, not a good day today, to be honest, but not here to complain. Just want to chill and enjoy that stream a little. Definitely understandable, Nagasaki. Yeah, that's for sure. I really hope that things can start looking up and improve. Thank you so much for coming in, and I hope you can chill out and enjoy the stream and see me run around and dodge traps and do collectibles. Sky, your character is so handsome. Even Mirror did a crack. The mirror was like, I can't stand the beauty.
Subject number 58, test 92A. Electrode placement in M33, pain region. Ineffective. Anticipate greater results with stimulation of section F7, the consent region of the neocortex. Subject imprint, only partially successful. Individual personality traits linger.
Great. What did I just set in motion?
Is this, what did you call it? Your inner sanctum? A research lab of your own? I am most impressed.
Why are you back? I didn't give you permission.
Come now, we're both men of science. Men of science are dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge. You can show me your experiments. I can show you things.
You wouldn't like them. You'd think they're gross.
In science, one must do any number of things a layperson may find disgusting. I've done many things others would consider distasteful.
You think I'm some kind of a monster?
You concern yourself so much with your appearance. But that mind of yours, that's all that matters.
That's Marcello. Is that Ruvik with him?
That dialogue there where Jimenez is basically like, that mind of yours is all that matters. And when it comes down to it, the stem, basically his brain was taken out by Mobius and then put into the stem, which is powering it. So his literal brain is the host. So it makes that line of dialogue, have a different connotation to it when you think about what ends up happening to him all these years later down the line. And how, his brain is all that actually matters. Because his body was expendable to Mobius. The mind was more important. Saint mind over matter. That is true. Also makes me think of A Nightmare on Elm Street 4, The Dream Master, when one of the characters says that as a saying, mind over matter.
looks like the same red liquid.
Oh, messed up my stealth kill. For those who weren't here before, I've already showcased these parts that I'm going through. I wanted to just do that part of things before actually redoing the section and collecting stuff and progressing through the level. There will be some points that I'll have to showcase that I haven't as yet, but we'll get to them when we do. And Mita, this reminds you of one of the DLCs of Fallout New Vegas where they have inserted their brains to some spooky pictures on the wall. Oh, Saint, sorry, yep, spooky pictures on the wall. Never actually played that game in Meta, Fallout New Vegas. I've tried playing 3 but couldn't get into it. But it's an interesting concept, like transferring your sort of like your brain and mind into something else, to sort of like become immortal in a way, You're not wrong there, Saint. There's definitely a lot of spooky pictures in this game. That's something too that I've been showcasing as we go through. The reason I'm pausing it is so it gives me a chance to double check the guide I'm using for the collectibles without Ruvik just randomly appearing and ruining things. He will still randomly appear. Pausing the game, as far as I know, isn't some kind of strat to stop him from spawning in, but I just want to make sure that I can look at the guide without getting attacked by Ruvik and potentially dying. Lucinda, okay, right, it's almost time for you to go take your truck to the shop and stop and get breakfast to take home. Back soon. No trouble at all, Lucinda. I hope you and Necro enjoy your breakfast, that you have a great time, and here's hoping too that you get some good news with the vehicle. Definitely catch you when you get back soon. I'll still be streaming for a little bit longer. Don't know if I'll be able to do 3 chapters. The funny thing was, like, the previous chapter was short, and it made me think that maybe I'll get 3 chapters done today. But this chapter and how long it's taking is making me think that maybe I'll only get 2 chapters done. But we'll see how we go. But thanks for being here, Lucinda. I hope that it all goes well. Chapter 10 is a nightmare. That is it. That it is indeed. And especially stopping and looking around and showing the environment won't be helping much either as well. But just in case I do actually end the stream before you get back, would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda is doing her first ever playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima. She recently did just a stream of Resident Evil 5 as a one-off stream. So if you like Resident Evil 5, Lucinda is also a fan of the entire Resident Evil series, and most recently finished her first ever playthrough of God of War 2018 as well. And yeah, highly recommend checking out Lucinda if you haven't seen her channel before. Oh, no problem at all for the shout out, Lucinda. No worries. You're going to be starting Act 2 today in Ghost. Oh, very nice. That's really good progress that you're making with that game. And I hope that you're going to be, enjoying. This guide is confusing me at the moment. It's like, head upstairs to the library and out in the corridor beyond. It's like, well, this is a library, but it's going to be this way, I imagine. Just want to make sure that I'm actually getting things in the right spot. Okay, cool. Ruvik's room note. I saw her there again, standing at the end of the hallway. Long black hair, beautiful as ever, streaked with moonlight, eyes dark pools in her porcelain face. She wore her favorite red dress, like a crimson sunset, like a streak of blood in the waning light. Laura, of course you couldn't be dead. Alright, there's map fragment 16. Saying good luck later on, Lucinda. Oh yeah, absolutely. Scar, what games do you have in your streaming pool? So the current schedule, aside from Assassin's Creed Monday through to Thursdays, is every Friday Evil Within, and, pardon me, on the weekend Splinter Cell. And it looks like there's some issue going on with Stream Elements. Ah, there we go. It finally decided to put what I wanted it to put in. So that's the current schedule. And I want to do a Tomb Raider marathon, but I don't know yet how long it'll take for that to happen necessarily, because the playthrough I'm doing of Unity at the moment, story-wise, I'm halfway through it, but side content-wise, I still have a lot to cover. So it could potentially take another 4 days worth of streams to get through that playthrough. But the plan would be that Tomb Raider would be on Monday through to Thursdays. However, I might end up making Friday also a Tomb Raider day if I get this game finished within a reasonable amount of time. It just depends. Sometimes it's all about the timing of when one game series or one game's going to finish as to which day I'm going to actually put it on and stuff like that. Hey there, James. Welcome on in. How's it going today?
Shit!
Alright, so that's key 26. James, are you fucking sick, man? Having flu or something, feeling like shit last 2 or 3 days, kind of feeling better, but your nose is running like a bitch and you're having a heavy cough. So taking free from work until Monday. Hope it will sustain itself. Oh yeah, James, I'm sorry to hear that you're not feeling good at all. That really does suck, you know, and I hope that you get better soon. The other thing that is so annoying when sick like that is any food or drink that you normally really like the taste of can definitely be affected sometimes, and it's just like, ugh. But yeah, hopefully you can feel much better, though. Good idea to take some time off work as well. It's a good way to help recuperate.
Maximum frequency stimulation of cortical regions has proven less than effective. The subjects scream and scream, but they die much too quickly. Tailored settings achieve better results. The only question that remains is which regions to focus on. Fear, hope, consent, trust, envy. 3 of these are pivotal. But which will open the way?
Okay, so that is that audio recording. James, yeah, have no taste at all, so not sure if you're eating something edible or English rolls with cheddar cheese. You guess at least it looks like that, not sure about the taste. Yeah, because it's like this food that I normally like, I'm feeling sick, but let's have a taste. And then you're like, ugh, what the? This isn't right.
Again?
Subject number 12. Test 71B. Electrode placement A2. Stimulation of amygdala, seat of emotion and memory allocation. The fear center of the brain. Subject feels as I do. This vessel is far too weak to withstand the psychological weight I myself bear daily. Father, if you only knew how satisfying that look on your face is. Did you actually think if you locked me away, I would just cease to exist? Out of sight, out of mind. You did. You did. Didn't you? Oh, you were never out of my mind. I hope you're proud of yourselves.
There we have it. So Ruvik killed his own parents. James, and people are like, maybe some COVID, and you're like, yeah, sure. If what government think was COVID was here, half the population would be like either dead or in a cosmetic situation. The flu that have been here is like 2% of what real COVID can do. I mean, either way, like, being sick, it's one of those things where it just gets in the way of so much stuff too, as well. Mention music room note. 2 worlds separated by a jagged chasm. Above, faceless spectators mocking the tragedy. Below, helpless victims, losing everything. James, yeah, your gaming reflexes are like 70% of your normal, so you're hard to play too. That's the other thing too as well. It could, like, not that it might be affecting you in this way, but things like that being sick can also affect just concentration levels as well. Exactly, Scar. Kick the door's knee. Just destroy it. Make it go into splinters. James, you like how people underestimate how hard it is to knock a door off? It's, yeah, it's funny in like movies and games where the character just simply, kicks and then the door just gives way and flies open. James, yeah, if you have a sturdier lock, it's a fucking pain to kick the doors off. Almost break your ankle on one of those. Ooh, damn, ouch, yeah. This guy now try to kick some bunker door in. It's like break your entire leg.
Subject number 14, test 88C, limbic priming, temp 3, electrode placement C4, stimulation of the cingulate cortex, the Hope Center. Assailing the Hope axis improves domination of the subject's will, but domination isn't enough.
Okay, so on the far left, P29, Trust. Then above that, C4, Hope. Then on the top right, O10, Order, and M8, Perseverance.
Subject number 14, test 88C, limbic priming, temp 3, electrode placement C4, Stimulation of the singular cortex. The Hope Center. Assailing the Hope axis improves domination of the subject's will, but domination isn't enough.
Well, in classic Resident Evil games, developers truly trying to teach people how to open doors. They even added a huge animated door opening thing. This is true to also kind of simulate this kind of suspense of the character actually opening a door, and putting in first person view essentially was a really good idea because it kind of made the separation between the player and the character that much less because you're seeing through the eyes of the character. Whereas when you're playing a third-person game, especially in horror, you have yourself, and then you have your screen, and then you've got the character, and then you've got what's in front of the character. So the separation between you and what the character's actually seeing is way different. And you have more of a sort of like overview around the character of what's going on. Whereas when it's first-person, it feels more claustrophobic, and it feels closer to you as the player. And that all matches up because originally Resident Evil began as a first-person game that was going to be a remake of an earlier Capcom horror game, but then they decided to not do it as a first-person game and also make it its own IP and stuff like that. But yeah, having the classic door opening of the Resident Evil, it was really cool. Obviously, it's to hide loading screens, and instead of having a bar that fills up, they chose to have it doors opening or going up the ladder or going up the stairs. But it just fits so well. And it's like in Silent Hill 1 where there was the limitations of the draw distance. So to creatively get around that, they were like, well, how about we make all this fog everywhere in the game to actually cover up some of those, draw distance things.
The hospital has not received the family's usual donation this year.
And why would they? Has the hospital been doing anything worthy of donation?
The Victoriano family has always been a generous contributor. Where are your parents?
They have gone away.
When do you expect them?
Is there something you wish to discuss, Doctor?
I came to inform you that the hospital will no longer be able to provide you with assistance. Materials. Your research will very quickly disintegrate.
How dare you come into my home and threaten me?
Sky, you think you have an idea? We need to make a door-kicking sim controller. In order to kick the door in the game, you must kick that controller thing. I mean, I'm sure that's something that, could be set up. I mean, you think about dance games, and you think about sort of like touchscreen type things, although obviously it'd be a bit, you'd have to have some kind of cushioning to also prevent injury to the person, but also damage to the controller. Hey there, Ishimura. How's things going? That's okay, Ishimura. That's no worries at all. We've all been there for sure. That's right, Shaky. Ross and Cust. That could be the name of a couple of people who not only are lawyers, but they're also bakers as well, because it makes me think of crust. Scar, the Door Kicker, PS5 and Xbox Series X powered by Konami. Yeah.
Slice clean, all the way. No cure for what I'm going to do to you. Peel, pristine skin. Thoughts from the mines. What do you fear, little one? Peel away, no tearing. Expose everything.
Ishimura, Evil Within games are also great. You should replay them. Oh yeah. Yeah, this one celebrating its 10th anniversary, and it's just crazy because the second one came out in 2017, I think it was. So a few years after this one. And soon, in a few years, it'll be the 10th anniversary of the second one. When you actually look at games celebrating anniversaries and use that as a measurement of time, it then brings to mind how many years actually go by so quickly from, one game's release to another game's release that you might be interested in of different franchises and series, and before you know it, 20 years have passed by. Scar Rod, they need to make brand new, more modern Metal Gear Solid and Splinter Cell game. Do you agree? Not too sure, to be honest. Like, there's things on paper that a Splinter Cell remake would be great to see, but I just don't know if it would end up being good or not. And Konami can't be trusted with anything. Hey there, Sage. Good morning. You give up trying to save those certain 3 from the boat escape to Canada. It's too much emotional damage. One of them never makes it, and you're like, no, wanted to get all 3 across. That's definitely understandable, though, Sage, as well.
Ruvik?
Scar, you don't understand why Dishonored is so damn underrated and disliked by gamers. Not having played any of them myself, they do look really interesting, and I do actually have plans at some point to eventually play them myself as well, but there seems to be a lot of fun things that you can do in them. the sort of like bell kind of sound. It reminded me of some music from the original Evil Dead. Dr. Darling, you're not feeling well over here. Temperature back to 37 to 39 Celsius. You had a shower 15 minutes ago and now you want another one. Oh, that is definitely rough, Dr. Darling. I definitely can relate to the temperatures being really hot, which is also a byproduct of that is bloody being uncomfortable and so annoying. It's so funny. Earlier in the game, Sebastian was quite able to smash a padlock with his bare fists, and of course, in this section, they make it that you can't do that. I didn't realize. That's why I had to equip a weapon like a shotgun to actually be able to smash it with that instead. Alright, so after that mannequin part, there's one more collectible, which is the map fragment. Sorry, there's a map fragment collectible, and then the final key is in the Blazing Barn section of this. Map fragment 17. So the only collectible left now that I need to get in chapter 9 is the key.
Why was I led here?
Oh, that's no trouble at all, Emita. Definitely don't need to be sorry for that. Thank you so much for lurking and listening to the stream while working and doing things like that. It's always muchly appreciated. Listening to this stream while working on an emote. Oh, very nice. That's cool. Because I really like the emotes that I've seen of yours so far. Oh, very nice. A samurai emote. Excellent. That's really cool. That's a good idea. Just want to try something. Never thought to try before. Ah, yes, so they did actually do something like a boundary. I was wondering what was going to happen. I thought it might do this thing where when you get to a certain point, it'll just do this weird screen effect and then make it look like Sebastian has actually done a 180 and started to go back the other direction. But yeah, they've just simply put a fence here.
I know you're in here. I can hear you breathing.
Rich bastards. Think they can buy up all our land.
They need to be shown who really owns these parts.
Hey, I think there's kids in there.
I didn't hear anything. What the?
Somebody, open the door! Reuben! Reuben, you have to climb!
Shit. I better get out of here. There.
Alright, so that's now all the collectibles in Chapter 9.
Beatrice, please. You must eat. You've got to keep your strength up.
My children. I want...
Beatrice, we have been through this.
Sometimes I hear his voice. The basement. He sounds so close.
There is nothing down there. How can I be any more clear?
Then why is it locked shut? Why can't I go down there?
Saint in nomine Patris. So that is how Laura got severely burned. Same with Ruvik. He, of course, survived ultimately, but she died because the villagers considered his family to be, rich and treading on the, less fortunate and all that kind of stuff. So to teach them a lesson, they burned down their barn, and as we saw there, they didn't care that there were children inside. So it's a sort of an attempt at the game to give you a little bit of sympathy for Reuben, sorry. But the thing about that is, he was already doing messed up stuff, like experimenting on animals and, doing stuff that is definitely not, something to be, be proud of, to say the least. So yeah, they burned the barn down and they both got burned. Laura survived long enough to be taken out of there, but it seems like their father decided to lie to his wife and say that they had both died, but was keeping them there, in some sort of like in the basement or something. Saying it certainly elicits sympathy. A little bit, yeah, Of course, that whole "you did this to us" is basically him yelling out at the villagers that did it. Apparently, originally, the concept for Sebastian was that he was actually going to be one of the villagers that took part, I think, in the burning of things. If I look up the Evil Within wiki, Alright, and there we go. That is chapter 9. Complete. Now to save, and then go to the main menu and look at the character model viewer to cover some character models that relate to what we saw in the previous chapter just now. Alright, so now that we've actually seen Laura as she was before she got severely burned, same with Ruben, I'm going to cover their bios. So we have Laura Victoriano, height 5 feet 6 inches, 167 centimeters, weight 101 pounds, 47 kilograms, age 17 at time of death. Ruvik's beautiful, generous sister, the only one who understood him. In life she preferred to wear red. Ruben Victoriano, height 5 feet 2 inches, 158 centimeters, weight 109 pounds, 49 kilograms, age 10. Child-aged Ruvik when he still retained a shred of innocence. At this age, he began showing glimpses of his morbid interests, doing things like dissecting small animals. See a bug or something? Alright, I'll cover this character model when he's scarred. Ruben Victoriano, scarred. Height 5 feet 2 inches, 158 centimeters. Weight 90 pounds, 41 kilograms. Age 10. Ruvik lost his sister in a fire that is believed to have been set by local villagers. He underwent lengthy and painful rehabilitation, during which he met Dr. Jimenez, the man who would change his life. Yeah, just a little bug, Saint. Nothing to worry about. Young adult Ruben. Height 5 feet 10 inches, 178 centimeters, weight 152 pounds, 69 kilograms, age 18. Coming of age, young Ruvik rejected further skin regeneration treatments, instead retreating into his basement laboratory. Saying all systems are green except for the necrosis. Yeah. alrighty then. The next chapter, chapter 10, has a lot to it, and given that I'm doing this showcase type of playthrough where I'm actually looking over so many environments and stuff like that, I don't know how long it's going to take me to actually do. So I would have liked to do 3 chapters in this stream today, especially considering chapter 8, which I did at the start of this stream, was really short, and because that chapter that I just finished ended up being long due to the nature of there's a part where Ruvik can actually randomly appear. So because I wanted to show the game environment in those sorts of rooms and conditions, it meant that it was very, very time consuming and all that kind of stuff. So I think it's probably best to actually leave doing the next chapter because it's really long anyway, because there's a lot of boss fights in it and stuff. And plus, stopping and looking around the game environment and all that kind of stuff is going to probably be another 3 hours on top. And I just don't have the mental energy to be that sort of like, what's the word I'm looking for? To be that detailed with looking at stuff. Because it does take a lot to, it might just simply be just stand there and move the camera around. But it does take a lot out of me to do a playthrough like this where I'm showcasing everything like that. So that's probably the best thing to do, is leave it until next Friday to do chapter 10. At least that way it'll be the start of the stream then, and getting that chapter done at the start of the stream when I'm fresh will definitely be better. But I just want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. I really do appreciate it. We're going to go and raid out to Queen of Skeletons, who's playing a horror game called The Chant, which I've never actually played myself. So we'll go and raid out to Queen of Skeletons and see how she's doing with that game. Before I do that though, I just want to give some shout outs. Sheila, 2 chapters is still awesome progress. This is so true, it's still good to get at least 2 done. And including chapter 10, there's 7 more chapters, I think, that I've got. So still making some good progress. Thank you, Saint. Definitely catch you next time. And no worries at all in Meter for the stream. Thank you, Ronan, for the GGs. Thank you so very much. And thank you, James, for the GGs as well. Thank you. And I really hope that you feel better soon too as well, James. Oh, no problem at all, Malva Monk. I'm glad that you enjoyed. And thanks again for the follow before as well. I'm glad that you enjoyed the stream as well. Would like to highly recommend people check out the following streamers. Shillalok, who is doing a playthrough of the Dark Pictures series of horror games. He's going to be doing House of Ashes next, which is the 3rd one. And then after he's done that, he'll be doing the 4th and most recent one, The Devil in Me. Crocodiles is playing through Assassin's Creed Origins, doing a 100% playthrough on the hardest difficulty. He's doing that as an overall project where he's playing multiple games across different series and franchises and genres, and he's playing them all in timeline order. Lucinda is playing through Ghost of Tsushima for the first time ever. He's also a fan of the Resident Evil series as well as The Evil Within. And Inmita is also playing through Ghost of Tsushima, but also Shadow of the Tomb Raider, as well as Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Mr. Gote is a fan of games like Banishers, Ghost of New Eden, as well as Ghost Recon, the Outlast games, and Dead Space. Lightus is playing through Mortal Kombat games. He's a big fan of that franchise. He's also a fan of Street Fighter as well. Shaky is also highly recommended. Been doing some WWE SmackDown, Here Comes the Pain. And definitely check out Scar as well, who's been doing some World of Warcraft. No worries at all, Inmita, for the shout out, dude. No problemo. And no problem for the stream, Lizzie. Thank you for being here too. Oh yes, Shella, all good, dude. No problemo for the stream and for the shout out as well. More than happy to give you all shout outs. Thank you everyone for watching, I really do appreciate it. The current schedule, including this game, every Friday, is Monday to Thursday, Assassin's Creed, and on the weekend, Splinter Cell. Here's a general raid message that everyone can copy and paste. And I've also got a raid message that subscribers can use. And let's set up the raid to Queen of Skeletons. And see how she's doing with the game called The Chant. Thanks again everyone for watching. I hope that you all have a good day or night, whichever the case may be. And have a great weekend as well. The next stream that you'll see from me will be Splinter Cell Conviction, to continue my annual playthrough doing a no damage challenge. If I take any damage during a mission, I have to restart the whole mission from the start. That's okay, Durbledore, for the stream, no problemo. Thanks for being here too. Absolutely, Saint. Got the raiding party happening. So you take care as well too, dude.